Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So we are starting off with some space engineers because I had a couple of ideas that I want to go ahead and knock out. One of the big concerns is that while this thing is terrific at drilling and it does a pretty good job terrestrially of bringing back resources, when it comes to space stuff and I need a lot more of something for long trips, I kind of want to build it a little bit bigger of a vehicle. Something that can actually hold a lot more stuff per trip. Allow this to do its job more efficiently. So what I'm thinking is perhaps some sort of flatbed ship. As odd as that might sound. But the first thing is I need some gold for back at the base. So we're going to grab a whole bunch here. And then take it back, of course. You're flying away, though. One of the other things is that for the sort of space bags, as I'm going to call them, I'm going to need some guns on it. So that'll help overall. Help defend against the crazies that are out there in the deep black of space. And then a little bit later, we might jump into some more Dune Awakening. I've been having a lot of fun with that. Well, I've reached a point where I have a lot of the vehicle specs unlocked. The only problem now is that we're starting to reach that point where we need to farm up more and more and more and more and more. And I'd like to, at some point, go through and clean up the inventory and get it sorted out into such a way that, to make it easier for doing all of that. I also wish that there was some sort of labeling system that the game had. Oh, you are... Okay, this is going to be interesting. I'm essentially going to have to come kind of around the fighter and then back down to the planet. As the last thing I want to do is cross its path. Hey, what's up, Matt? And it's going fairly well so far. No major complaints. How's your day going, buddy? Let's see. Awesome. Yeah, I know you mentioned that yesterday, so I'm actually glad to hear that. Having a fever for that long really sucks. Oh, this is funny. I actually found a bit of silver on an asteroid nearby. And this really irritates the hell out of me, too. It's, where is it? I know I just turned it on. Oh, here it is. That's right down there. Like, it's absolutely just within spitting distance of your base, actually. It was within about 20-ish kilometers. But the problem was that it was hiding as a bunch of little boulders floating outside of a main asteroid that had iron on it. And so originally I had bypassed it, and that annoys the shit out of me. I was like, damn it. I spent all that time and all that effort, and it was just right there. Of course. So okay. Well, actually, one of the things that I'm going to be doing today is trying to build sort of a small carrier vehicle for Puncture. So that way it'll have additional cargo capacity, and I can just fly both of them out there and then just fill up on what I need to, drop it off onto the carrier, and then bring it back. But I'm going to do the carrier in small grid instead of large grid, so that way it's, you know, a little more interesting as far as the build goes. Of course, right now I just have to fly back. Why am I not going full speed though? Go full speed. And then Tommy's doing something. I don't know what, but he's doing something. I know I saw over at his base he had something fairly sizable that was projected. Looked like a ship of some sort, but I don't know what he was doing with it. No, that's fair. Although, knowing my luck, that's possible. Although I noticed with even just that one defensive drone that we had flying around the front of the base, the memory utilization for the server kind of bumped up a little bit. So we got to be careful with drones. They do tend to get a little memory heavy after a while. And considering our recent issues with memory leaks, I'm a little skittish around stuff like that. God, this trip is so boring when you have nothing else to, like, ordinarily on this trip, I'd be like watching YouTube, or I'd be sitting here playing solitaire, or I'd be looking up stuff. But when you're just sitting here doing nothing, it is the most boring trip. Although I did see an interesting video this morning, which was for Dune Awakening. And what it was a guild was doing spice mining out in the deep desert. And apparently it is an incredibly involved process. Essentially, they had the spice harvester out on the sand. They had the carrier holding right over top of it. They had a whole bunch of other scout thopters kind of parked around. And periodically what would happen is that one or two of them would land outside of the perimeter to set up thumpers. And the thumpers would then draw the worms away from the harvester. Until eventually the big grandfather worm shows up, which is this like stadium-sized ring of mouth that just comes straight up from underneath of the carrier, or of the spice blow. And it's like, yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to escape that. You're basically screwed at that point. But that's like the old man of the desert kind of thing. But it was cool to see it. And it is just absolutely gigantic. It is very terrifying, but also kind of cool at the same time. Cool that they added it to the game. And then in other gaming news, Stellar Blade came out, which of course is stirring up its own form of controversy. It is amazing how many people get worked up over video game TNA. Like, oh my god, she's showing too much. Well, then just turn off the game. Nope, it's out. And it's on my wish list. And I already checked out the mods on Nexus. Oh, come on, girl. Alright, good. Might have to put some parachutes on this, just to be on the safe side. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could normally stream it. I wouldn't add any mods to the streaming of it, but it would be normally streamable. I just don't quite have the, I think it's like $70. I'd have to double check that. It might only be 60. Yep, it's only 60. Okay. And it has an overwhelmingly positive review score so far, which is impressive. Let's see. Yep, so far most everybody is saying that it was actually a pretty good port, and that they did a really good job of bringing it over without too many issues. So that's always a positive. Okay. One of the other things that I did the other day, I'm not sure if I talked about this or if I even did it on stream, mostly because there's been so many projects that I've been working on lately, between Space Engineers and Dune Awakening. But I did go through and replace all, well, 3 of the 4 speed modules with yield modules. So we should be getting more out of it. Gets, and then I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I need to get more platinum again. Oh yeah, absolutely useful. And especially because one of the other things that I was trying to do was make sure that our silver was going to last longer, because that was one of the other big things I wanted to work on. But let's go ahead and let's get the camps turned off. Grab some of that stuff and okay. What I might do I guess I turned them on. I thought I had turned them off. Groups. Toggle block on off. Okay, now they're off. Which, by the way, the Crimson, who's been doing camp, was checking up on it, and apparently he's got some really good work coming out for the update, so that'll be interesting. Hopefully without the major issue that he had previously where, you know, it just stopped working correctly. But what I need to do... What are you doing? I've turned both of you off. Okay. Not that. There. Okay, that's better. What I'm thinking of is... Hey, what's up, Tommy? Five what? Let's see. Okay. Kind of go. So what? A couple of things that I'm going to need for this. First of all, I need it to be wide enough that Puncture can land on it without any issue. So let's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17. Okay. No idea. Four, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you talking about the scout that was around here? The one that was up front of the base? Well, kind of between them? The short answer is no. I actually don't know. I don't see a crater or anything. It just... Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't... That's possible. I was curious as to what would happen when it ran out of power. So at least we have our answer. But yeah, I don't see its wreckage anywhere. I can go ahead and pull a quick admin look. Oh, it didn't despawn. It's it is currently, yeah, like right next to your base. So yep, no worries. Glad we solved that mystery. All right, so it needs to be, we're a little bit wider than Puncture. Oh, gotcha. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there we go. And then we've got a little bit of room up here. Now, there's a couple of different ways that I can go about setting this up. The first would be to do a connector and like a couple of merge blocks. And so that way what will wind up happening is that when this winds up connecting to the ship, to what will, for right now, we'll call space bags. When it connects to that with the merge blocks, then it can take over the whole thing. Which might not be a bad idea. I was kind of working on something similar for back here. I'm going to leave that for now, but one of the major issues is connection and then being able to eject stone out of that connector. So that was an idea that I didn't completely think through on, but it does have a possibility. But for this, I need, first of all, to start looking at I could, let's see, 3 there. I want to make sure this is something that I can actually fly out of here, and I should be able to without making this too wide. And I'm kind of sort of planning out the general shape of it. I may wind up, and probably will wind up, removing a lot of these in favor of swapping out to something like conveyors.
Inventory full.
Okay, that's fine. Let's grab the flush cockpit for this. And, you know, I actually want this to be off center. And then we'll put the cockpit there. I need, let's put the O2H2 generator there. And then I should be able to get that in there. Yeah. And then what I can do is park the Puncture backwards on it. So I'd probably want to put yeah. And then I can just run this Well, that's no good. Let's get this welded up. Kind of get an idea of where things are at right now. Where I can start putting stuff. Oh man. So last night, my sister Landry was finally graduating from being out in Haga Basin on Dune Awakening. Because basically what my brother and I decided was that we were going to let her just go through the tutorial by herself. We would answer questions. If she needed a little bit of help, we'd show up and help out. But generally speaking, we were going to let her do her thing. And she was actually doing fairly well at it, and got to the point where she was crossing over into the Vermilius Gap. And then we were talking about, I had asked her if she had gotten the trooper trainer yet, so that she could get the Shigawire grappling hook ability. And she's like, well, no, I didn't. Where's that at? I was like, you were right there the entire time. So I wound up getting my sand bike out instead of using the Thopter. I figured it's been a while since I've used the bike. I might as well. So we pull it out. And I think at that time, what had also happened was that she had asked me to help her move her base and some stuff so that she could bring it up to where we're at. That's why I couldn't connect it. Okay. That also makes life a lot easier. But after that, we were in the process of bringing her stuff to the base, to our base, where Kintar and I are currently located, or at least up in that area. So after that, we go back down, we go to do the trooper, and it's just non-stop shit talk the entire time between the two of us. Just an absolute back and forth, like absolutely what you would expect siblings to talk to each other like. Oh shit. How dare you? Also, speaking about Dune, and since you're here, I went ahead and I put the projection up for another directional wind turbine up on the roof, but I haven't started welding it up in place yet. But I figured what we can do is start looking at increasing our power grid. And once our power grid gets a little bit beefier, then we can come back and look at beefing up our refineries. I'd like to at least have 2 medium refineries going, so that way we can go through both aluminum and duraluminum a little bit faster. Or even look at getting the large refinery up and going at some point. That's what I would like. Oh, snap. Yeah. That that'll definitely scare the pucker out of you. Awesome. Glad to hear it there, Tommy. Would I be able to... Awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tight fit, but that'll work. Okay. Oof. There we go. I thought I was about to slam into that. Nope, we're good. Okay, so that works beautifully. What I want to do then is add some batteries here. Oh, gotcha. Well, you know, given the fact that it's a server, that could be part of the reason why. What if we go for the warfare one? Yeah, that'll work. And then we do some of the... do some smaller ones. Just to give it a little extra bonus charge, although honestly, with the size of that... Oh wait, better idea. Eyeball. Because I'll probably do the same thing that I did for the Puncture, is to go ahead and just put a small reactor on it. In fact, more specifically, I can put a reactor on it. What's that? Okay. I can put one right there. Now, the interesting thing is that with all of this, I need to figure out how I'm going to wind up connecting it to the base as well. So not only will I have the connector for the Puncture, but I need to come up with a connector so that I can get it onto the base. And then I want... do a couple of large tanks. I don't think I'm going to really need tanks that big, but I mean, probably still. And then I need... there we go. And I should be able to handle that. Let's get this welded up. And then it's just kind of a wait and see. It usually is, too. There's really only two flavors of sandworms. The, oh wow, that is so cool, that is so majestic, and oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. There's no such thing as middle ground with sandworms. All right. Let's pop in a couple of junctions here. And I can clear out that for right now. You and you. That and that. Okay. And another junction here and here. Okay. And just make sure that I'm starting to get these connected up to each other. Makes life a little bit better. Okay. And then... oh, whoops. Nope. Wrong way. Oh, no. The other one was fine. This one was fine. I needed this to be turned that way. Okay. And that'll just make sure that we have access to our cargo containers here. Wow. And then I should be able to very easily do cargo junctions along here. And start looking at getting our thrusters on here. Let's see. And a little bit of flare here. I'm probably not going to need that many upward thrusters, but just to be on the safe side, and especially if I'm out in space, I want to make sure I'm going to have the thrust to do what is necessary. And then we just attach these there. Uh-oh. I'm out of steel plates. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Always go big or go home. Start kind of figuring out the armor on this. Oh, hey, one is missing. Yeah, that'll work. Winds up giving it kind of a nice profile along the sides there. All right, let's refuel a little bit. Okay. Just be careful with the scripts. Scripts tend to get a little funky sometimes. Let's actually, oof. Oh, whoops. Forgot I was in the ship and it's not locked down. Okay. Now for... Let's do that and that. Okay. Let's get a couple of these junctions in place. Gotcha. And then I want to C-junction this. There we go. That was weird. No, not that. This. And then I can probably get a few more thrusters on here if I try hard enough. Let's see if I do, because then it'll wind up kind of mirroring the back of Puncture, which I am A-okay with. So let's do that. Or let's not do that. Instead, what we're going to do is straight junctions, bring those back. I could do then yes, that should work. Junction there, then the C junction again. And then finish that off with the, whoops, straight conveyor here. So what that should wind up doing is allowing a little bit more armor here. Oh, nice. That would definitely be a considerable amount of ice. Okay, I need straight. Wait. Yeah, straight's there, then okay. Boom. Junction. Yeah, okay. And then straight. Awesome. There we go. And that should take care of the back thrusters, side up and down thrusters, at least for the back end. I am going to add a few more thrusters along the front area here for obviously reverse, as well as some more thrusters for lift. Because the only time you have too many thrusters is when you're out of fuel. Oh, you won't let me... Okay, something... Oh, there we go. It was apparently not happy with something. I was sitting there trying to place gyroscopes, and it was like, I'm not so sure. It's like, geez, thanks. All right, Tommy. Have a good one. Get some good sleep there, buddy. All right. Let's see. I'm thinking I could. That's 3, then 4. And then, yeah, that'll happen. Actually, I am in a sleep deficit myself. Was up a little too late last night. Actually, no. I was up until midnight, which is kind of normal for me. Was asleep, and then I woke up at about 4:30, and then I've been up ever since. And my brain is subsequently made of mush right now, so... What I'm thinking I can do here... is I'm trying to figure out how to fit some extra containers. And I can almost get that to work. If I do that instead, and actually I would want to bring this one, I'd want to bring it out a little bit farther, methinks. Because then I can get that attached there. And that attaches to the big guy just fine. And in fact, Let's get you in there. Yeah. So that'll give us the 4 large cargo containers as well as 2 of the modular cargo containers. These are each 15. That's 15 times 4. It's going to be 60 plus, let's say 62. And then throw in the modulars, which are 10. So about, let's say conservatively 80,000 kilograms of storage, cubic meters, I should say, of storage capacity on this, which is significantly more than the 20K that we have on Puncture. So, oh, that sucks. But hey, getting a new ship built is always fun, Tommy. I mean, obviously, because I'm sitting here building one. Good night, buddy. The other thing that I want to do is I could actually fairly easily do let's do the T-junction here. No. It needs to go there. Oh, hell. This one's going to be fun. And C, and then Z. Okay. That actually is kind of interesting. Setting up some reverse thrusters in a line like that. Because I'm trying to do something more asymmetric overall and also make it interesting. Trying to use different blocks, shapes, and stuff like that. Just to kind of change it up. You know how it is. Or you don't, you know, either way. Maybe you're one of those who's just like, I like everything to be symmetrical. If it is asymmetric, then people will die. I should be able to fit that in there. And then put yeah, I think we're starting to get somewhere with this. I don't know how well this is going to fly yet, but we're getting somewhere with it. No, whoops. That is not where you go. That, and then there we go. Okay, now the fun part. We are locked in. LG space bags. There we go. Ah, I'm always doing that. Need LG space bags. Awesome. Okay, so you're not pulling hydrogen from here, even though you should be. And most likely it's because you're not actually getting hydrogen anywhere outside of... Well, let's see. Okay, so that's all working correctly. The problem is that I have no ice. I have no ice in the base either. Fantastic. So, easy solution. Drop off our shit. Go get some ice.
Inventory full.
Yep,
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory
Basically,
full.
as obnoxious as this is, I'm going to allow the base to pick up a whole bunch of ice as well.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
There it goes. Look at all that. Yeah, a little bit. Oh no, it's fine. Although it's funny, what was it, earlier when I went to log in, Silverfish had sucked all the hydrogen out of Puncture. Yeah, I know, right? Which I don't know why. Visible, hidden. Okay. It was all right, though. I just went and grabbed some ice and then shoved it in here, and it worked. Okay, so that's reverse. Awesome. I just want to make sure. Oh, duh. Wow. Cruz, you are so special this morning. Switch lock. Okay. We need more gyros, I think. It feels like it. Why does... Oh, I've got... Auto lock, turn that off. Okay. Man. So definitely I'm going to need more thrusters, more gyros. Well, I mean, it happens. It's not that big of a deal. Again, it wasn't anything that I couldn't fix. Let's see. So, I need more. Nah, it's not even that big of a mistake to own up to. Well, fuck. This isn't going very well. Can we are getting that repaired. Okay, awesome. All right. Part of the problem is I don't quite have enough thrust underneath. I do. It's just not. Okay. What we're going to do is disconnect. I think part of the problem is that it's just. And now I have no no thrust on that. Okay. It's not enough thrusters yet for the amount of mass that it's trying to carry. And apparently not enough fuel either. That's okay, we can fix that. We can fix anything with enough steel plates. Maybe. It might also be a power issue. Let's see. Uranium. Bob the Builder. There you go. Where the fuck are you going? What the fuck? Okay. For some reason, my reverse thrusters aren't firing. But let's see about getting a new. Damn it. New steel. Okay. Let's. All right, so I don't. Why are you not working? You're attached correctly there. You're all attached. Oh, duh, because Cruz is being stupid again. Cruz, you big dummy. The hydrogen tanks aren't connected. Wow. This is why sleep is important, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Landing gear. Switch lock. There we go. Wow. So that's also in part why it was having problems with like being able to stand up, was because of the fact that it had no reverse thrust to keep it from tilting forward. So there we go. That takes care of at least part of that. And then of course these guys aren't all connected either, which helps absolutely nothing. Let's actually T-junction that just in case. And there. Now I should have all of my reverse thrusters going. I'll have to figure out some additional lift thrusters for over here. But I think we're getting there. So now what I can do, and what I should do, let us come over here to pick up some ice. Let's also make this hole a little bit bigger. Just so that it's easier to actually mine all of this out. There we go. Nom 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 nom. You have to make the nomming noises sometimes, or else the clang gods get really upset. There we go. That should be sufficient. I don't need a ton right now. And then I'm also thinking I may put parachutes on space bags. So that way when I am descending from space, I have something else to help decelerate. There we go. And now that should hopefully be filling both vehicles. And you go there. Awesome. Let's start looking at I want antenna there. Let's see how well this works with... Wow, I am getting... Wait, what? What the hell? Okay, something funky is happening. What is going on here? No, this is not operator error. This is server shenanigans. What if I set you to main cockpit? Because every time I try and move, the server's not actually updating the movement. Okay, you have a little bit of wiggle room. Let's try something real quick. Let's just disconnect and reconnect. And see if maybe that fixes it. Huh? No. The whole thing should be connected. So, okay, the way what's happening is every time I go to move, it's not moving until I get out of the cockpit. And then as soon as I get back in the cockpit and go to move again, it won't move until I get back out of the cockpit. And then it updates the movement. So I don't know what's going on. Because that's kind of a latency issue, but not really. It's, yeah. So let's just disconnect and reconnect, shall we? Costs nothing, doesn't take very long. Might be one of those where I need to just restart the server. It has actually been up and running for a day or so now, and I'm finding out that the dedicated servers don't like to do that. Wish it loaded a little faster, too. Hey, what's up, Mortimus? Come on. We were just in the server. Anytime now. Tell you what, though. With every passing day, I become more and more excited to start doing survival and Space Engineers 2. Because I really, really, really want to start playing in a new Space Engineers sandbox. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. I turned those off. Oh, really? Well, that's not good. And, you know, they've had the benefit of 10 years worth of development. No, thank you. It's very definitely work in progress. Well, so far, definitely is very industrial. Let's go. Okay. That should be... God damn it. So... that's weird. On its own, it's just fine. But as soon as I attach Puncture to it, it refuses to work right. All of those are very good questions, and all of those I have no answers to at the moment. As I'm mostly just trying to figure out if all of... because I should have enough actual thrusters for this. If I don't, I need to add them. So... oh no, you're not going to work. Okay. That's not what I want. Thank you. Okay. Just gonna double check to make sure that those are aligned correctly. They are. Okay. So near as I can tell, all of them are working the way that they're supposed to. We have plenty of thrust. For giggles, let's actually move our sort of de facto kickstand here. Let's also bring that forward. There we go. And then you. Uh-oh. No, I'm out of steel plates. It's a hard knock life for me. Okay. There. Ah. There. And we'll set your auto lock off. We'll call you LG1. Auto lock LG2. Okay. LG. LGs. And get rid of you. Add you to switch lock. There we go. All right, we're locked into place. We have way more thrusters on this thing than we really need, theoretically. One of the other things that I can try doing is gyros, which I don't have. There they go. Puncture gyros. Groups. Toggle block on off. What I may wind up doing is maybe putting a series of event controllers on Puncture to monitor the connector. And so that way, once the ship connects with another connector, it just turns off all of the thrusters and all of the gyros automatically. Okay, we are now connected. Oh yeah, helps if I actually do the thing I had talked about. Okay. Now it's tipping backwards. Something weird is happening. Some phantom force is taking place, and I can't. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, wrong way. All right, what's going on here? Oh, damn, I took both of them off. Like, screw it, we're going big. And of course, right now I can't replace. Okay. Yeah, so again, no problems. I don't. I don't get it. Because all of those should be connected. And they are. Oh, hell. Oh. Let's just bring in that and oh, come on. You're right there. Thank you. And you are auto lock off. You'll be LG3. Auto lock LG4. There. Now that should... Let's see. I decide. All of my thrusters are working the way that they're supposed to. So here's an idea. Instead of mag locking to the floor, car thrusters. Groups. Toggle block on off. Reverse. No, 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 no. Back. There we go. Car rev thrust. Thrusters. There we go. And toggle block on off. Okay. So right now I only have I have all the thrusters off. I'm not locked to the ground. And I've got the 4 landing gear that are currently in place. So let's back this up. Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of fuel and power. Okay. All of that is now shut off. There we go. That's what was happening. It looks like what may have been causing the problem is that the docking procedure was creating phantom forces, which was causing it to all break. That's why it was having a problem. So, one of the things that I can do to solve that issue, and part of what I did here, was first of all, the 4 landing gear are just going to be helpful because of the fact that that's going to create a nice flat, even sort of surface for locking on. I can also go into the connector and turn down or off the connector magnetism so that it's not slamming the 2 connectors together. This also means, idea here. Because we have where is this? That might be enough. I might have to move that back a little bit. We'll see. But what I'm thinking of is... that's the 3-way. Don't need the 3-way. I actually need the C-junction. Okay, so we've got a connector that's here in the bay like this. So what I'm thinking is that when I dock Puncture, I should be able to also maybe fit this thing in here as well. Maybe not. It looks a little wide for that. But either way, I could even put Puncture on the other side. It should have enough space over there. And then this connects to the base through that rear connector, and everybody should be happy. What I'm going to do for the sake of a test here parachute hatch, parachute hatch, hatch, and hatch. 4 of those should be more than enough to help slowly descend this towards the base. Obviously, the other big thing to consider is once the ship is full, as well as potentially filling up Puncture, whether or not the thrusters are going to be suitable enough to carry the whole thing. So what we're going to do, let's go grab some canvas. Empty. And let's good. Parachutes are all filled up. Let's see. I'm not certain if I have enough. Yep, we're good. we're good. We're fine. What I will also want to do when I get back is actually reconfigure the connector between this and Puncture, so that way I can go ahead and actually drain stuff out of it automatically. But well, and you know, it's actually okay, because if I was playing single player, I think it would be a more feasible thing. But with the server the way that it is, less stress on the CPU and memory, the better. Because less likely to crash the server and then thereby crash everything else. You win some, you lose some. This thing is hideous, though. Kind of like it. Are we in space yet? We're getting there. But we're gonna need to get some. Also, hey Spectre, how you doing? We're gonna need. Let's hit up the silver hole first. Ooh, she's a little sluggish on her turns. However long you want to take, man. I would rather the server not crash and burn for cool stuff. Because then I wind up having to pay for it. And I don't want to pay for it. Yeah, again, you don't have to explain to me, Matt. It is what it is. That's fine. It's all good. It's not that big of a deal. Especially considering I've been spending so much time playing Dune anyway. Like, ridiculous amounts of time playing Dune. Although I think after we do a couple of loads of mining here and bring this back, I may switch over to that. True. And I am absolutely enjoying it. We're starting to reach that point in the progression where we're needing to ramp up construction of various parts of the base. Like, it's a bouncing back and forth between increasing power output and then increasing power consumption. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, honestly, a lot of the rocks that are right around your area are actually decent rocks. But I'll go ahead and leave. Yeah, it is. I'll go ahead and leave the GPSs available. Okay. It's going to be really fun when I have to go ahead and skin this thing, put a body on it. But we're going to grab this silver that's over here first. Part of it is the fun. It also sometimes is the most tedious part of building a ship, is putting the body on it, especially small grid. Again, that's one of those things, harkening back to Space Engineers 2. What I'm really looking forward to is being able to get access to better building tools as well as a better tool set of blocks. Alrighty. And we get slowed down well enough. Now, granted, we are essentially empty, but and there we go. Oh yeah. Turn on my jetpack. And disconnect. We're good to go. I want all of the silver here. This tiny little bit of silver. I am hopeful that there is more on this asteroid, though. Yes, some of the screenshots of the environment, the worlds they're working on, look absolutely insane in the best way possible. With water, with volumetric water, not just water, because a lot of games have water. But this will be one of the first games that actually has fully volumetric water, which will be absolutely ridiculous. And I think that's what more so people are looking forward to. But also the way that the planets are going to look is going to be amazing. All right. This and then cargo. Oh, that's because I'm not actually connected yet. Cargo. I need... Why do I have little bits of... You know what? Whatever. Not even worth worrying about. There we go. You're probably not wrong, Spectre. But it's also one of those things that when you look at the community for Space Engineers 1 and what's coming for Space Engineers 2, it's a fairly small community anyway. There are a lot of players from a singular person perspective. So from one of us looking at the group, we're like, oh, that's a lot of people. But if you're looking from the outside at the community, you're like, that is a very small community. And I think that's one of those things that we need to remember is that while we look at it and love it, oh, nice. The sad reality just comes down to the fact that Space Engineers is kind of a niche game. It's good, and it's a lot of fun, but it's niche. What else does this asteroid have? Is that cobalt? Or magnesium? Magnesium, okay. There's probably always going to be some people that will stick specifically to Space Engineers 1 just because it's their game. But at the end of the day, you're also, of course, going to have a lot of people that are moving over, which is fine. I mean, it's not going to hurt Keen at all. They've already technically made their money from the game. I think that's something that we need to remember is that, you know, this was inevitably going to happen. We all knew that eventually Space Engineers 1 was going to start dying out. And again, that's okay. Consider true. Being able to replace the key bindings will definitely go a long way towards making people a little bit happier. I actually have gotten used to them. Specifically, I have gotten used to the build controls. My biggest complaint is that if I turn off auto rotate, I want it to stay off. But that's like little stuff that they'll fix near the end, I imagine. Like, I have gotten so used to the control scheme for Space Engineers 2 that I went ahead and set up the rotational controls for Space Engineers 1 with control WASD, Q, and E. I could see that, yeah. I don't have too much problem with it. Control for me is fairly straightforward and easy to hit, and not all of my mouse buttons work the way that they're supposed to, plus I tend to assign them for other stuff. But I can definitely see wanting to do that. All right, let's pick up some platinum. And actually, I'll probably do, if possible, a couple loads of platinum. I will say, the one thing I wish that we had a little bit more control over was how the camera worked with subgrids. Because I kind of liked the way that it worked previous to the update that changed it. That's fair. I can definitely understand that. Oh. Okay. Let's see. If I remember correctly, the platinum is inside of one of the caves on this one. It's kind of a pain in the ass to get to. I just got to find it. Oh, no, I don't, because I think that's some right there. I've got an idea. Oh, the ultimate in laziness. Let's see if I can pull this off. If I do it gently, I should be fine. Part of the problem is that I have to think about the controls backwards. But yeah, this could potentially work. There we go. And yep, this'll do. You know, that's one thing that I've noticed. This is going to sound kind of odd, but a lot of the, from my experience, a lot of the space engineers community is comprised of a lot of people who have either psychological issues, which these days who doesn't, or physical issues. It's often also made up of a lot of veterans as well, which is pretty cool. And I imagine that's because, you know, you have a lot of people who have a lot of time on their hands to just, you know, get into trouble and whatnot. And so they find something that'll help them not get into trouble. And then they see this game and they're like, oh, wait, this might actually be kind of fun. And they meet a lot of the community members, which are, you know, veterans as well, who have, you know, a lot of other veterans, a lot of people who are like-minded, who are not easily offended, and just, in general, good, nice people with a lot of similar situations and issues, and in general tend to embrace those differences and those issues. Let's see. I need more. But it is awesome to me to see the kind of community that Space Engineers has. Lots of really cool people, lots of really fun people, interesting characters, if you will. And just all around individuals that you can generally consider friends. Now, of course, every community has its apples, bad or good. So, not everybody is going to be the most pleasant person in the world. Yours truly as an example. But for the most part, a lot of good people who just want to have fun, build cool stuff, probably blow it up. Oh, and except for Turnip. Turnip is a raging asshole. Oh my god. But no, Lots of cool people within the Twitch community itself. See? We gotta own up to it. If we're not being terrible people, then somebody else will be. And they won't be as much fun about it. That's the trick, is you gotta be a fun asshole. Otherwise, what's the point? Alright, I think we have a decent haul of platinum. Let's go ahead and head on back home. Ordinarily, I would quick save, but I have no ability to do that, so. Parachutes. Parachutes. Groups. Yeah. And then that's what I'll do. I will switch you to auto deploy on off. There we go. So our parachute hatches are now set up to auto deploy at 1 kilometer or 1,000 meters. With any luck, we won't really need them. However, you never know. And there's a beacon, so we'll kind of dip down a little bit. Oh, my eyeballs. I could go for a good BLT, actually. Yeah. Like last night, well, I should say yesterday afternoon, I had laid down, I guess it was about, I don't know, 4:15, something like that, because I was going to take a quick power nap. I get woken up at almost 5, and my sister Landry was like, hey, what do you want on your pizza? And I was like, oh, sweet. They were making some homemade pizzas, which always delicious. And she followed the instructions on the box, and the box said 10 to 12 minutes. So she puts the pizzas in for 12 minutes. Theirs comes out looking absolutely gorgeous and beautiful and perfect, like you would find it as an Instagram model kind of thing. Mine, on the other hand, looked like it was the used up OnlyFans version of an Instagram model. Like it had been around the block a few times. It was still very edible, and because I didn't make it, it was delicious. But we were kind of laughing about the fact that it looked a little beat up. Possibly. I don't know your ex-wife, so I'm just gonna have to take your word for it. I'm sure she was a lovely lady in her heyday. I need to go faster. Probably not. While she may have been very popular, I was not. Unless she did online roleplay, in which case I might know her. Man, I do miss those days. One of the groups of people that I used to do online roleplay with was talking about how they miss it and how they were blaming specific things like World of Warcraft for the decline of the roleplay. but it was in decline anyway, and I think a lot of it just had to do with the fact that a lot of us were growing out of it. A lot of the core group were getting jobs, getting out of college, getting into relationships, getting married, having kids, getting into prison. lots of different groups of people wind up suffering a form of attrition. That's the word I was looking for. And they suffer over time, where people just slowly start to phase out. And it happens to every large group. Eventually, the people that were part of it, and a large part of it, start getting drawn away towards other things. And that's okay. I mean, that's just life in general. There's not much that you can really do to stop that from happening. It's a natural part of the circle of life, as they would call it. However, those of us who are kind of left behind in the wake of that attrition oftentimes find ourselves in the unenviable situation of having to remember, okay, what's going on here? There we go. I think I was just turned weird. We are the Jesus, what the hell? Oh, I see what's happening. Kind of. But one of the things that I appreciate about the digital age, more so than a lot of others, is the fact that in a lot of situations, oh my god, damn, this keeps fighting me for some reason. Just all of a sudden, we're like, I gotta... there's the base. So as soon as I turn off my reverse thrusters, it starts trying to randomly just nose down, which is weird. Nope. Wait, where are you going with that? Stop that. Okay. It might be because it's a little top heavy that I'm having that problem. Regardless, let's go ahead and get this thing plunked down here. There we go. Okay, those are on. And let's see, I will actually, you know what? I'm going to park it over here just to be on the safe side. Yeah, we'll use the headlights for right now so that I can get this lined up. Oops. Shazbot. I need... rear connector. Oh, that sucks. It always it always sucks when you're like, I have to go to the bathroom, but the game needs me to do things and be here. That is a little higher up than I would like. And let's do you there and switch lock. And there we go. We're all set. So a little bit more work that needs to be done on it. It is still in rough shape, but that should be a boatload more platinum and the silver that we brought. So there's that. Ingots. And that tiny little sliver of cobalt. Plus some stone. So I'd say, yeah, that should work out fairly well. It may even actually get us something decent, but production, no, I'm getting in the habit of doing this where when I'm getting ready to log off the server, I just drop off all my shit because I will come back. I will have gotten into the cryopod, and then for whatever reason, it's like, oh no, you're dead now. Just deal with it. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go ahead, and I am gonna log out of here. But a little bit more work on that, and I think it'll be in a good spot. It'll actually be a viable vessel. And we're going to switch over to some Dune Awakening for a little bit longer because wanted to do some of the missions and stuff. Also probably do a little bit of material farming. And then don't know about from there where we're gonna go, but we're gonna find something. Always do. Trouble is what I'm good at. I can locate it without even trying. Oh. Let's also update. Dune Awakening. Dune Awakening. It's kind of cool to see that not only is it a popular game right now, which it totally deserves, but that it is kind of maintaining that popularity. And for good reason, too. Now, it is funny to read some of the reviews, some of the negative reviews about the game, because what some of the people are saying is kind of like, really? You got that out of the... Like, I will say, I can understand where some of the criticism is coming from, because a few people feel that it is a little too repetitive. What's funny is that some of them are like... I think one of the reviews that I saw, or at least one of the comments that I saw on a video about the game, was that after the first 30 minutes of play, you've seen all of the enemies that are available. And I'm like, not quite. You've seen a fair few of them, but you have not seen all of them. There's still quite a few left. Let's see. I want to actually turn around. So I'm working on the main storyline. Which requires that I go up here. Then in here. And then over here.
Ah, a kitten wanders in from the dark, lost and afraid. Can I help you, kitten?
Meow?
I like to think that Fenring has good taste in his acquisitions. You look like a problem.
I'm not sure what gang signs I was just throwing, but...
Solve problems? That's one way to look at it. We all do the dirty work of Count Fenring. Even my father bends his thick neck when Fenring calls. I don't tolerate failure.
Tuick. What was his first name?
Who are these smugglers you speak of? I've heard the name before, but I don't know of any organization that refers to itself as such. Smuggler is a noun, meaning someone who takes goods or people off-world illegally. Why would any organization or body involved in such activities self-identify as that? It's preposterous.
I hate it sometimes when I know that I know a bit of information, but for whatever reason, my brain just isn't giving it to me.
Oh, not me, kitten. This is Fenring's show. He wants you to do a little wet work. Assassination. Straight from the handbook. Educational and strange that Fenring would send you then. After all, you look like you just came from the desert. Didn't you have to kill anybody to get here?
Oh God, yes.
That's cute, kitten. But I'm not here to help with your feelings.
I have killed a lot of people,
here to give you assignments.
but I'm not an
Either
assassin.
you get on with it, or you leave.
Which is fair.
I have two names to whisper to you, kitten. The glutton and the paranoid. Which do you want to hear about? A
The
new
glutton
leader has risen amongst the slavers of the Haga Basin. We know almost nothing, except this. His appetite is voracious.
Yay.
The Assassin's Handbook teaches us of chaumas, poison in the food. Take this file, find this leader, and poison his food. Your way has been prepared. Our agent Petir hides among the slavers. Find Petir, and he will tell you what he knows. If you are caught, then go, kitten.
No, that's not what I wanted.
The kitten is back. I have two names to his. A new leader has risen. The assassins. Your way has been prepared. If you are caught,
yes,
then
accept.
go, kitten.
I accidentally right-clicked, and it just so happened to be on one of the options, and it's like, oh, well, if you didn't want to do this... No, I did. I want to go kill him. Please let me go kill him. It's actually funny. Kintar and I have gotten to the point with our gear and whatnot that at night when we have the Sardaukar patrols that go overhead, if we're needing corpses for the death stills, we'll just go ahead and piss off the Sardaukar, so that way they'll send guys at us. We kill the 4 guards that they send, and then we've got fresh corpses. And it works out surprisingly well.
We don't trade with a tradie scum.
Okay. Oh. Confirm. Let us go back into the overworld. Okay. And I want Hogga Basin. Wee. Awesome. And then here's the fun part, and this is actually pretty cool. When you go back to Hogga Basin, you want to select a zone that is this. Basically, it will, wherever you come into these rings is where you come into on the map. Now, a lot of this is going to correspond to open desert, which is why I like to come in at like the north blocks, because that's where the shield wall is. So when you come into the map, you're not going to be already just sitting on top of the open sand. You'll actually be on rock. Well, never mind. Actually, that's not too bad. That's not technically open sand that a worm is going to be going across. Let's see. We are going to be heading home. As we need to take a look at some stuff there. I want to see how we're doing with our particulars. Mats and stuff. Materials. I was watching one particular video that was talking about how to get unlimited resources. And it's funny, like, I understand where he was coming from, and it's not a terrible idea. It just kind of depends on where you are geographically within the map. But what he was mentioning was that when you're heading out to a location to get aluminum, to just go ahead and disassemble your buggy, go out there, and then reassemble it. And it's like, that's not a terrible idea. First of all, that does save fuel. It does save durability. And it also means that you're going to be safe from potentially getting eaten by the sandworm on your way out to there. However, that being said, it just feels silly in a way. Oh, somebody's somebody else's Thopter is here. Yeah, that should be Kintar's Thopter. Yep. But let's see where we're at with. I'm gonna have to get some more flower sand. And we can do 64 aluminum ingots. So I'll probably want to go ahead and take the buggy out to go get some more aluminum. And then on top of that, let's go. I want to check to see a couple of things. First, we're going to check the death stills to see if I need to replace the bodies. I do. I'm going to have to get some more. There we go. Those are started. Next up, let us drop off the Solaris that we have. I had grabbed these so that I could buy, or at least look to see if I could buy some materials for, or not materials, new sort of patterns, if you will, for construction purposes. Okay. Furnitures and things like that. I went ahead and I grabbed the Atreides stuff just so that I had more to work with and kind of change things up a little bit, you know? Add some decoration here or there. Let's see, deco. Okay, cool. So that it's not just like the same 6 objects all the time. So let's go ahead and who is that? Oh. I didn't realize he was on right now. Let's see, do I need another? No, I should be good. Okay. And yes. I wonder what he's doing. Oh. Pissing off the Sardaukar. That's what he's doing. Also, Okay. Oh no, that's
Empty.
there we go. Who's next? Who else wants some of this? Let's see. We will drop you off. No, no, no. I want that. I don't want that. I already killed all your dudes. Or at least most of them. Go ahead, send more. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Yeah, that's right. Where'd the fourth one go is what I want to know. Oh well. Cause see, that's why we piss off the Sardaukar, because they make good cheap bodies for the death stills. And in we go. Let's see, buggy. There. More parties for the stills. So much extra water. Okay. I need to go get the aluminium. And the funny part was, yesterday we had gone out grabbing some stuff. And it had been Landry and I. And then at one point, Kintar comes rolling up as she came flying over with a couple of upgrades for the buggy, specifically a new engine, because the one that we had was a little beat up. You're missing a large portion of your base there. Makes me wonder if that person abandoned it. Make sure I am awesome. I mean, I am awesome, but I mean, just making sure I was lined up so I wasn't going to run over drum sand. But as soon as he replaced the engine, because he replaced it with a higher tier version, we were a Mark III engine, and he went ahead and threw on a Mark V. You could immediately feel the difference in speed, and it's amazing. You almost feel like you could outrun everything with it, even though you know you can't. Motherfucker. Why's everybody hurting me? Okay, take just a quick look in either direction. Always check both ways when crossing the sand. Of course, whenever Kintar's driving, he's like, screw it, YOLO. And it's like, why do you do this? Why are you like this? Hey, their place is starting to look pretty good. It's been kind of fun because we drive through here so frequently that we've been watching that particular base kind of evolve over time. I also just realized I don't have a Thopter or my sand bike in my vehicle backup tool. I am without either one right now. Kind of a naked feeling, honestly. But we should be all right. One of the big things is we're just out here for aluminum, which has a pretty sort of specific loop. Oh, wow. That was kind of cool to see it through the clearing there. Looks like somebody was probably after some sort of spice or something like that. Okay. God, I hope I have enough fuel here. If necessary, what I could probably do is... Ooh, I don't know. Well, if necessary, I could just take this over to the other base and then see about getting somebody to come pick my ass up. As I would not want to make the sand crossing. And we'll just head up this way first. Fortunately, I think the new engine is a little bit more fuel efficient. Although I don't know if it's the engine or if it's the PSU that uses up. Oh, that is the wrong one. That dictates the fuel utilization. Now I know if I'm using the cutter ray, it also increases or decreases, or it uses fuel. Okay. Oh, we already had a whole bunch in here. Well, we are going to have a whole extra bunch in here. I didn't realize we already had some in here with which to make aluminum with. Wow, somebody keeps playing with the sandworm, which in all fairness is sometimes kind of fun to do. That's how you know you are reaching a point gameplay-wise where you are getting comfortable with the game. However, sometimes the game will remind you to stop poking the bear, as all of a sudden it eats you alive and there's nothing you can do about it. Speaking of, okay. Let's keep going up this way. One of the things that I try and stay in a habit of is checking my compass for the potential sandstorm. As right now, that is a bigger threat than any worm. Oops. There we go. And one of the things that I try and do while I am out and about is learning where safe spaces are. And not like the, oh, don't offend me sort of safe spaces, but more of like the, where can I go ahead and shove a 2-ton buggy in? Yeah, that, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to decipher that. All right, that is enough out of you guys. Good question. Don't know. I've thought about it, though, because it would be fun. Oh, sweet. Extra fuel. Won't complain with that. Also, hey, Lenovo, how you doing? The one I really want to see, though, the one I want to see up close just to see how big it is the spice harvester, as that one is supposed to be significantly larger and requires its own thopter. Yay! There is a wonderful sensation being back in one's own home. That sense of calmness in being back in your normal environment. Even if that normal environment is normally fairly loud, it is still something that it's like, it's your kind of loud, and so you're used to it. It's when it's other people's loud that it's just like, oh, this has got to stop. Make it go away. Exactly. Sometimes you'll get somebody else's bed for like a night or two. And you're like, oh my God, this is the best sleep I've ever had. And then by that third night, you're like, nope, I can't do this anymore. I need my bed. Oh, there goes some more over there. Up and over. Okay, how we doing here? We're getting close to full. I think I might go ahead and just start rolling on home. You know what? Let's grab a little extra copper. Oh no, absolutely, you're not wrong. And it's very true. As animals we definitely have a strong association to our smells, whatever they may be, whether it's our own or the smells of our partners. Those things have very powerful connection to us. That's why sometimes, like the first night or two you're away from home, it's not too bad. It's even kind of fun because you're mentally aware of the fact that it's, you know, kind of like, well, in some cases a vacation, but it's just a chance to be somewhere else for a little while. But then the longer you're away, the more uncomfortable it starts to feel, especially when you know that you're not at home, but home is another place. Like if you're out on vacation. Oh, can I get both of these? Or you're on a business trip or something like that. Okay, I should... Yep, perfect. So... Okay, we should be good. We're gonna see about heading back. We should have enough aluminum. I don't know, like I haven't been keeping up too much with all the latest information. I'm also of a mindset right now that it's a wait and see. I will wait for it to happen and then we will see. Oh, somebody upset a worm. If the new drills are lasers, cool. If they're physical drills, also cool. Honestly, I wouldn't mind it if there was specific cases where the laser drills would be better than physical drills. I would actually be a-okay with that. Oh. Okay. Nothing much. Was just out getting some aluminum. We're gonna wait for that big boy to go past. And then away we go. Yes. Bastard. Yeah, God, I wish. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm not a huge console player. Why is everybody attacking me today? Jesus. Am I ready to YOLO? Well, hey there. Okay. Well, let's go. Let's get off the sand. What are you doing here? Are you getting in, or are you just gonna hover? What's going on? Okay. Oh god, he's pissing off the sandworm with the laser thing again. Okay, we're good. Let's go. Fuck it. If we get eaten, we get eaten. Woo-hoo-hoo! That airtime makes me so happy. And... oh god, he's pulling a me. Alright, well, let's do this. And I heard that, but I didn't see where it was. I can't tell if that's somebody building a base or if that's their base disintegrating. Because I don't remember if that's new or not. But in any event, yay, we're home. Oh, yeah, give me a second, I'll get on Discord. And there we go. Alrighty. What's up?
Hello.
Let's see. And actually, I'm going to take a quick AFK because I was meaning to do that anyway.
I'll allow it.
You have no choice. That is a lot of stone. I wish we could actually use it for something.
Well, I may take it to go do some other base building. Who knows?
Okay. All right, that's full. Cool. So I'm not sure if you heard me earlier.
No.
Oh wow, somebody got snagged already. Right outside of our base even.
Who's online? Oh, could be Astra.
Actually, everybody's on but Landry, funnily enough. But one of the things that I had done was I went ahead and got the blueprint in place for another one of the directional turbines. Because I think right now what we need to start focusing on is just increasing power and then increasing production and bouncing back and forth for a little bit.
Gotcha.
Because right now the buggy's doing really well. We're not that far away from the materials that we need the most. And then once we get our power generation bumped up, and then we can start switching, because one of the other things that I'd like to do is swap out to, well, let's put it this way. I would like to have a small refinery, medium refinery, and a large refinery all being able to run simultaneously. Or is it refinery? Yeah, or refineries. So that way we could hit up the different things that are necessary.
Yeah, the large ore refinery is going to take plastinium,
Okay.
whatever. Plus 400 spice melange.
So we got a little bit of work ahead of us.
Yup.
But I also, like, at that point, obviously, we're going to be starting to look at, like, getting a harvester and carrier going.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of work ahead of us. And so far, I have been out to both Arakeen and Harco City.
Same.
So, anyway, I'm going to take a quick AFK. I will be back in a few.
Wookie.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Let's see. Fade back. And you're probably AFK. Let's see. And belated check. Catch you later, Lenovo. Have fun with that. All right, water is filled up. I have some spare aluminum ore. Oh, we just had a weather event go past. All right, cool. Let's see, how we doing on Aluminum, 47. We need plastanium. Well, thank you for that. Also, hey, high up, how you doing? Let's see. There we go. Helps if I hit the right damn button. I just want to fly. Okay. What am I trying to do? Let's do like 100 of that. And then we'll wait a little bit. Also, get my thopter. Check on our corpses. Corpse flavored water. Oh, can't complain too much. I mean, that's not true. I could complain a whole lot. I could complain for days. It's like a second job as far as I'm concerned. I'm just not going to. Let's put it that way. But good to hear. Good to hear. All right. What I want to do is I need to return to Derek. Let's actually... And... We're good on fuel. Awesome. There we go. Up, up, and away! Woot! There we go. Nice, quiet, gentle glide across the desert. Gives us a chance to shove some food in our mouth. Actually need to come this way because Derek is over here. There he is. At his little planetologist place. Which is... There it is. Aha. Come here, Derek. I must speak to you.
You're back! Did he listen? Do I have access to the research of Kynes? Why? Why does it harm him to let me see the work that Kynes was doing? Did I ever tell you why I became a planetologist?
No, and I'm not particularly interested. Okay, yes.
My parents were peons, planet-bound servants. But the planet we lived on was barely populated. It was an agri-world, crops from pole to pole. We were responsible for almost the entire southern hemisphere. As long as the quotas were met, we were left alone. But I thought we could do more. So I begged my parents for sugar wire reels on farming and planetology. And more, I began to understand the relationships that govern systems. I found a way to increase our crop yields by 70%. House Alexin gained wealth, and I was sent to Kitane to
Good for
study
him.
planetology in earnest. But on Kitane, perhaps we should speak of this another time. This business with Cyprian. It reminds me of my time on Kitane. Bad memories. I don't want to revisit my past anymore. I'm sorry. Return later.
Okay. I'm sorry, buddy. Yay, level 85. Okay. Yeah, go away. I have 71 intel, which I could do. Actually, I want. What sucks is in order to get this still suit, the Chom still suit, I have to be able to make plastanium ingots. And we need spice melange, which sucks because it's so painful to try and get that stuff. But let's do the sand crawler. And that's like 8 of those things. Jesus. And then for that, good Lord. That is going to be a hell of a thing to try and get all of the stuff for. Okay. Let's see about heading back home briefly, so that we can look at getting some more production started. One of the things that I need to do, and one of the things that I absolutely have to get started is, well, what I am working towards, as I mentioned briefly to Kintar, is I want to go ahead and get power production increased. So that way we can actually start looking at building up more infrastructure for the base. So being able to ramp up production, being able to run more refineries, that sort of a thing. Yay. I really love the way the base is looking. That's a bit weird in certain spots, but I think that's just because of the limitations of what I have to deal with. Let's... Actually, we'll just leave you here for now. Give me some water. All right, so one of the things that I was looking at, and especially now that we are building up a fairly sizable amount of aluminum and duraluminum, is getting one of those made. And we need industrial grade lubricant. Okay. And I'm pretty sure those make 250 units of power, if I remember correctly. We need industrial grade, and that is silicone, spice residue, fuel cells, and water. That's the spice residue. That's the biggest problem. Hmm. Hmm. I thought we had. Hmm. That's, I want refinery. Hmm. And we need plastanium for that one, but that one. Okay. So I need spice residue. Where do we get spice residue from? Dune Awakening spice residue. Okay, so Keith's Triumph and the Eastern Shield Wall. Aha, there. So that is roughly where I would be able to get some spice residue from, is this place, Keith's Triumph. So let's go do that. And while we're doing that, we'll be waiting for some stuff to get made. Yay! Take a moment. Shovel more food in the mouth. Vulture mode is so nice.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Had to do one of my meetings.
Yeah, no worries. Went ahead and I got that second directional turbine built, and I've got some of the industrial grade lubricant currently being produced.
Yeah, we'll just have to be careful with that because it does take the spice residue, which we only get from doing spice melange.
You also, there is a place in Eastern Shield Wall, and I'm headed out there now to try and get some as well.
Gotcha. Managed to fight some NPCs in the deep desert and got 2 stravidium masses and 2 titanium ore.
Nice. We are rolling in the dough now.
Yep, might as well go to the carrier right now.
Sometime soon. Very soon. Like in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. No.
Honestly, I'm just trying to find some damn places for the ore
Come on.
itself.
Come on. No! Son of a bitch.
Well, stop dying.
The problem is I got trapped between yeah, vehicle respawn. Where is my vehicle? Oh, I picked it up like a moron. Oh well, that's fine. But no, I got trapped between a flamer and a melee guy and a wall. And of course, they immediately take all of your stamina out of you, and then you're like, well, shit. Now what do I do?
True. Oh, shit. Warped.
Well, fine. We'll do this. There we go. What are you up to?
Deep desert right now.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, God, no, stop sliding.
Yeah, I was watching a video of what the deep desert is actually like for farming and whatnot. We don't have enough people.
Well, true, but
Because, like, they had, like, it was a massive guild of people. And they have people in scout thopters for dropping thumpers. They had people that were, they had somebody in the carrier, they had somebody in the spice harvester. They must have had like 20 different scout thopters as well. It was ridiculous.
yeah, but I figured I can still do something.
Well, yeah.
I'm using stop step.
That's all right. I can hit you too.
Oh Jesus! No! Okay, I'm just a little too leery of doing that anymore. I'm done.
That's enough out of you. No, that one's dead. You're dead. Or you will be.
I really need to get a surveyor on my ornithopter.
Now, what'll that wind up doing?
Just allow me to easier pinpoint if there's anything worth a damn.
Oh, gotcha. Nope. God bless it.
Yeah, it seems fine. There's nothing
Oh,
but
God. Nope, nope. We're not doing that again.
Is that what I think it is? Yes. Oh god, is that stuff? Damn, Stravidium is heavy. Or maybe it's just my other stuff.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, I've got iron ore. Why do I have iron ore? It's useless.
Good question. I have no answer for you. But that is a good question. We're just gonna play guerrilla warfare with these guys for a little bit. Alright, you just be dead.
Not the jazz.
Nope. Let bygones be bygones. Fall where they may. This has been a dirty day. Ah, stupid flamers. Alright, you're my next target. Nope. There goes level 86.
Nice.
Oh, oh, identification band. I will definitely pick that up.
I see someone. Where's my backup? I guess I'm empty. Oh.
Yeah. Yes. Give me that. Water. Hallelujah. And the intel. Yes, there we go. Let's also pick up that and some more of that. You, and you. Where's the spice residue? Man, somebody lied to me again.
Shield on.
There we go. And I got my shit back.
Nice.
It was only like 3,000 Solaris, but every little bit counts.
True.
Okay. Well, I am mildly perturbed because there was no spice residue at this location after I went through all of that.
I think I may have found a spice bow.
Awesome.
Can't tell if there's actually anything left in here or not.
Yeah. That could be a problem. Oh, there we go. I found 3 spice residue. And a handful of spice. And let's get out of here, shall we? Trying to remember, I think we found spice residue over in Western Shield Wall in that one location with the worm.
Probably. Like, one of the big things is the, it comes from the spice refineries that you can find in those areas as well.
Gotcha.
Alright, so it definitely was originally a spice blood, but no longer has a spice in there.
No.
But all things considered, I think I may just try it and leave. Especially since there seems to be some PvPing going on right now. Somebody was complaining that an ornithopter with rockets, 3 of them.
Yeah. It seems like there is some complaints about the fact that large guilds are actually not fighting each other, but instead they're waiting for noobs to come out so they can blow them up.
Yeah.
Which is... that's going to be part of the problem. I wonder whose base that is. There we go. All right, we actually have quite a, like, we've got 928 spice sand, which is surprising.
Yeah, I've managed to get a couple of blowouts in our area.
Nice. And okay. Awesome. I can go up to the roof and we will get more power. And there we go. And that should be good for 16 days, 20 hours.
Nice.
What was our total power grid? We are now at 1675 is our total power grid.
Nice.
Finish putting food in mouth. Let's see. Repair. Oof.
Atreides nuts is a guild recruiting in Deep Desert.
Somehow not surprised. Every chance somebody gets to make a D's nuts joke, they're gonna make it.
True.
I would be sorely disappointed if they weren't making them. Okay, good. Gonna have a. Let's see. Oh, we can go ahead and. Can I turn on? Oh yeah, I can turn on the spice refinery, and we can actually refine some of our spice.
Nice.
We can do a max of 9, but I don't know what the actual output of that is going to be.
9 melange and oh, what is it, like 100 something residue?
Okay, cool.
Because it's 15 per melange.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah.
You know what's hilarious to me is the people on the Harkonnen side are like, yeah, you know we don't really attack people, and then somebody else is like, yeah, I've just had nothing but Atreides kill me.
Pretty much. Like that's the poor Harkonnens. Like we're trying not to be the bad guys, and the Atreides are like, I will murder all of you for Leto. It's like, yep, that sounds about right. Where did you say the agave seeds were?
Udum.
Udum? Okay. That's right. They're those pink plants or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm putting up some lights in the garage, which look amazing. But of course they take agave seeds, and I want to make sure I know where I can get more at.
Yeah.
Wanting to use some of the bigger lamps and lights and whatnot to illuminate larger areas.
Yep, that's fair. Oh, I also am able to do level 3 planetologist stuff.
Nice.
Doing a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, I just finished up his initial quest line where you have to go to Harco City, talk to that dude, and then come back.
But that was at Erikine.
Was it? Yeah, that's right. Sorry, my bad. But yeah.
But yeah, I got the Spice Surveyor up at the very top of Explorer. Through research and field experience, you've learned to read the density of spice beds from surveys.
Nice.
I got Heat Management. While under the influence of large amounts of melange, you can instinctively sense where and how to shift vehicle to reduce heat buildup, so negative 20% on that. Level 3 vehicle mining. All this good stuff.
Nice. Let's see. I actually need to go talk to the advanced Bene Gesserit trainer.
Yeah, she's at Harco.
Okay. All the good ones are.
She yelled at me because I went to talk to her and I haven't finished the initial one.
Oh, nice.
And I'm like, train me. And she's like, leave.
You were like, I'm leaving. Why am I leaving?
I'm having a hard time controlling the volume of my voice.
It's so true sometimes. Come on, get on the fork. It's a stabby thing. It has a lot of stabby things.
Surprisingly, we got a lot of good water right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been making sure to keep the death stills running as constantly as possible.
Yeah. I did see that technically speaking, the large blood purifiers are the best water to time ratio.
Mm-hmm.
But they are a lot more work intensive, obviously.
Right. I think considering that we do spend a lot of time either AFK or just off doing other shit,
Mm-hmm.
the death stills wind up being our best water to time spent ratio.
Yeah.
Because we'll often be out 30, 45 minutes before coming back to base. So it all works out. And all we have to do is wait for nighttime to collect more bodies, so.
True. Let me see what it's going to take for a surveyor real quick. Much more cobalt paste.
There we go. I do like seeing the Thopters lined up here.
Yeah. And also the little bike gang down below.
That is pretty cool. It's just really awesome when you start accruing a large amount of stuff.
Yeah.
And then can actually put it together. Like, one of the reasons why I like the crates in here is because it makes the hangar actually feel like it's in use.
Yeah. What? Oh, okay. So yeah, we need a medium chemical refinery in order to do the Oh, we can actually afford one.
Okay.
It is going to eat into our duraluminum, though.
Well, we're not really using it right now for anything important.
It's also got a power. Oh my god.
How much?
Power-wise, we are one away from, like, we're at 1674 out of 1675.
Oh, Jesus. We are right on that raggedy edge.
But the good news is, the Stravidian fiber that I'm bringing was able to make 22 of them.
Oh, sweet.
And then that means that as far as plastinium goes,
we can make 3.
It takes 1 fiber and 6 titanium ore, and I have 44 titanium ore.
Holy shit. We can actually, like, maybe make a celebrity mug?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, okay, you do have that going through blood. Okay, this one, I can go ahead and shut off. There we go. We've got like a little extra power back. I just turned off one of the blood purifiers.
Gotcha. I'm actually going to turn off the small chemical refinery.
Okay, are we using it for anything?
No, because it'll be quicker to do even the cobalt paste or the silicon.
Okay, gotcha.
Moving that over to the medium that we have, because the cobalt paste.
I'm going to turn off.
Yeah, it saves us 5 seconds per.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I went ahead and I also turned off the other small refinery because we're only using the medium one right now.
Gotcha.
And yeah, so far a grand total of 15 spice residue off of that. I'm also going to go ahead and go grab some flower sand.
Okay. Let's say if you want to do the picking up of it, I've got the compactor level 3.
I think, which one did I grab? I have the industrial static compactor.
What I mean is the efficiency,
Oh, gotcha.
which is an extra 20%.
Well, I wanted to try this one out. I haven't used it yet, so.
Sure. I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
Yep, no worries. Wow. That definitely grabs a lot. And give me that. Oh, yep, he's on his way back. That's nice. I'll take that. And this is a cute little base, honestly. This is Landry's base here. She was working on it. I was like, you know, you can use ours, right? And she's like, I want one of my own. Okay, whatever. I get it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like the appearance of those lamps. There we go. Let's go drop the sand off, the flower sand. And then that's all spice and stuff. We'll put it in there. It won't harm nothing. And then I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Let's see. Actually, I wanted to check on something. What is it? Saturnine. Is that what it is? Apparently there is a full Saturnine still suit. Two. Where is that? From the deep... Okay, that is from the deep desert. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. That's good to know. So, the hood that I have here, the mask, that actually was from the deep desert. And it looks like it's part of an entire still suit. So, awesome. Good to know. Let's also do up let's do those. And then also, let's research, which I can't. I don't have enough intel. Because I was going to research the Mark V Ornithopter, which requires duraluminum. Duraluminum. So let's go to Udum. altitude. I don't think it's actually pronounced Udom, because it's O apostrophe Odom. So it'd be maybe Odom? If I was guessing right. Since the apostrophe would act as sort of a spacer. But we are heading out to this area. No, to this area. So I want to go to this direction a little bit more. Uh-oh. How far away is that storm? Okay. That would be kind of cool. It would be interesting to see if they do add more fauna in the game. Because I do know some people enjoy playing with like the wolves and the spiders and whatnot. They like the sort of natural aspect of it. Actually, there are some mods for it, but they require modular encounters, and they're not, you know, like one-offs or anything like that. Okay, where is that storm going? Looks like it is just going to come up this way. So, grab the still tent. Trying to place the vehicle. There we go. Actually, it looks like it might just miss me. They really have. Like, there are certain areas where they have had to play a little fast and loose with some of the lore, which is understandable. You can't be 100% accurate with the lore of Dune in a video game, because then it removes some of the aspects of what could make for a good game. Hell yes, the still tents, I love them. But it is just lots of little things make this such a good game. And it is down to the little details.
Who's that? There's someone here.
Yes, there is somebody here. Yes, I will take that. So I am looking for a certain plant. That should aha, here we go. Grab some agave seeds. So basically this sort of pink plant here is what I'm looking for, because that's going to wind up having the seeds that I'm after. And it's used in all sorts of stuff. Surprisingly, a lot of construction, like house construction, needs it. Specifically lights and decorations. I guess they couldn't quite figure out what an ingredient for lights could be, so they're like, we'll just use cactus leaves or cactus seeds. Oh, you look like it. It faked me out. Let's see what else. I wish. I don't know that there is, though. At least so much as I haven't seen anything like that. I'm pretty sure what they've wanted for this game is to make it so that you spend, like, instead of making it yourself, you're out gathering it more than that, more than anything else. Which I'm actually totally fine with. Sometimes, and especially when you have so many other things to be paying attention to, adding farming into that equation, it kind of becomes a little boring. And also can become a little tedious.
Need to reload. Shields up.
Oh, really? I can do that too, bitch. Nope, you dead. See? Told you I could do that too. Only I've got main character syndrome going, so you die. I do not. Right now. Wow, spotting agave out here is kind of a pain in the ass. I kind of wish I had my,
Reveal yourself. Found you.
my sand bike. And you're dead. Nope. Where is all the agave? I can kind of do Tron speed. It's my, what is that? Suspensor belt? It's super useful.
I need help.
Oh, and then I've also got the Bene Gesserit ability that allows me to, like, pop up behind people. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the belt is the full suspensor belt. Kind of like Nightcrawler, yes. It is a very useful ability, especially because it allows me to get behind people that may have shield belts on or personal shields, and that stuns the person briefly, giving me an opening to do the slow blade like that. Oh, I got away. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. There we go. Something just blew up. What's in here? Sure, I will pick up that. It's amazing how often I just randomly wander into trouble. Yeah, well, the belt does the vertical and horizontal movement through the air. But then I have an ability, a class ability through the Bene Gesserit class that allows me to pop up behind somebody. There we go. So whenever I do appear behind somebody, I'm using my Bene Gesserit ability to do that. Oh yes, intel. Sure. But whenever I'm like floating through the air, like when you see me jump off of something and then I start hovering slowly through the air, that's the suspensor belt doing that.
Shield on.
Yeah, I can do that too, only mine's way more effective.
Eyes on hostile.
Yeah, basically. All right. So like that is my suspensor belt, which allows me to do it. But then right now, the blue glow that I have around myself is my personal shield. Which, late game, you really need one. Because if you try and go through a lot of it without a personal shield, it gets real sketchy real quick. Depends on your build, though. Also, never go out into the desert with a shield or harness on. The worms will eat you without question. Like, it's not even... It's a fun game. It really is. It's one that you can play casually. It's one that you can play socially. Like, there's just... They did a good job with this game. I can't even say that they screwed up. Like, there's little things here or there where it'd be like, okay, if they changed this, it might be a little bit better. Or if they added this, it might improve it. But those are tiny little qualms. No, not at all. Like, they're really generous about the times. No, that's the only thing that you need to do is log in at least every once in a while to refuel any of your power generators, and once a week to pay your taxes. And that's it. Like, that's really the only two things that you really have to pay attention to. And if you have a small little base, chances are you're not running a lot of stuff anyway. So keeping your base powered up isn't too difficult. Now, the only reason why you see Kintar and I treating it like a second job is because we have a lot of stuff that we're just constantly running in the background. So we're always trying to keep machines running. We're always going out and getting more farmables, that sort of a thing. But it's never something that we have to do. No. And that's just the way that person was treating it. Honestly, the only reason why I feel so compelled to play it frequently is because I'm having such a good time with it. Like, it just feels like a fun game that I constantly want to be in. But generally speaking, I don't have to be all that present for it if I don't want to be. Exactly. In fact, if a game makes you want to play it, that's kind of a good thing. It's like, okay, game doing job. As a good game should make you feel compelled to continue playing it. Bad games will generally make you feel like you don't want to play it. And let's just slow drop. Man, trying to find agave is a pain in the ass. Nope.
I see someone.
Yes, you do.
Found them. Interloper.
Come and get my water, bitch. I'm not giving you anything. You gotta earn that shit. Give us your water. Yeah. Honestly, I think it would be, we were talking about this, it would be hilarious if on April Fool's Day, everybody wound up with the nerve induction box on their hand. Just, you know, their hand is stuck in a box kind of thing. And then, of course, watches like thousands of players are like, what's this? What is it? Why is it on my hand? I don't get it. This looks important, but not as important as it really would. It would be made of awesome. Oh, there we go. Good God. All this work for 15 seats. See, this is why I probably, what I could have done, and more specifically what I should have done, is actually done the vehicle juggle, where you keep either your bike or your thopter in your vehicle backup tool. And then you just swap back and forth as you're using them. Because I'm on foot, not finding nearly as much as I would like. Yeah. I guess I should be more accurate. I'm not finding anything.
The worm sees you.
Missed.
From the lightning
No,
worm.
you're dead. Yeah, there you go. Getting in my steps for the day. I think it might be getting close to nap time. Although then again, since I didn't sleep so well last night. Yep. And the sad part is, there we go. I'm looking for these seeds specifically so that I can just make some extra lights. That's all I'm doing. Although I think I do need them for something else, construction-wise.
Identify yourself. Found you.
And there we go. Gotcha. Oh, no. Now I gotcha. What do you got for me? More Solaris. Awesome. This, I will say, though, this has been pretty good for trying to earn some money. Alright, let's get out of here. There you go. That sounds good. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and fly on home. But yeah, like I woke up at 4 something, and then I started working on some of the projects, just some of the random stuff that I work on from time to time. And hopped on here for a little bit, and then of course checked the server, and before I realized it was like 8 in the morning, and I'm like, well, it's a little late to go to bed now. So just kind of stayed up and kept doing whatever I was doing at the time. Actually, I went through my morning routine: bowl of cereal, coffee. And it's such a pain in the ass too, because like the only reason why I woke up is because, and especially as you get older, you start to notice that you need to wake up and use the bathroom a little bit more. I know a lot of people attribute that to like old people, but it is just one of those things that as you get older, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it is what it is. We all get older, generally. Man, tell you what though, I could probably use a good 2 or 3 days worth of sleep. Yep. Let's see. There we go. That is, yes, that is true. I do have the next couple of days off. There we go. So with that, I think I am going to go ahead and wrap up for today. Been kind of a fun day so far. We got some stuff done, had some shenanigans happen, and Space Engineers got a new ship started, which I'll probably work on over the weekend. But yeah, there you go. And then, of course, here getting to mess around, do some farming, do a little bit of building, collecting corpses, you know, the usual sorts of stuff that we do in the game. Other than that, though, I am going to wrap this up. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful weekend. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys next week.